Yeah, let's just all take a minute to just ground and center together. Mm. And I invite all of us to connect with our breath in our heart center area. The breath awareness and the heart connectedness are very close together. And let us all connect with a sense of appreciation of our intentions coming together today. And also an inquiry, what is one's intention coming today? What deep in one's heart is one wishing for, seeking? Is there a wish inside of one's heart for freedom, liberation, deeper peace in life, awakening? When we feel into our heart, see if you can find a sincere, deeply true intention, wish. When we feel into our heart, it's kind of something like that almost like calls out from our heart, like sings forth from our heart. You know, when we listen to singers, to artists, the times that they've really touched us, that those times when it really resonates, it's because that person connects to something very true within themselves. And they have that like vibrate and resonate through their voice, through their being. So as we feel the breath, see if we can tap in to that source of sincerity within ourselves. And also appreciate it, the goodness, the wholesomeness of one's intention, and for us gathering together to practice, to develop spiritually. Let's all breathe in, breathe out a sense of appreciation. To start off today's daylong, we'll do some stretching, some qigong, some standing meditation, and afterwards some intentional breathing breath work to help further ground our being. And further just kind of regulate our nervous system. I mean, just even listen outside, the amount of noise, speed that this modern life pushes us into. So it's good when we have a whole day together or on a retreat. Like just physically, just regulate our being to create a more optimal state for the more subtle meditation practices. Okay, so first we're just going to start out with arm swings. And with this, it's like your body's kind of like a rag doll. So you're just like moving your hip, just letting the arms swing left to right. And see if one can like twist one's spine as one does this. Just making the body floppy and soft. And then we can relax that. And now let's start, in whatever capacity one's at, please don't hurt oneself. So let's start shaking the hands. And again, just like the muscles are like hanging off of the bones, floppy, soft, ragdoll. And this is like a very primordial practice that we're going to be doing. So this is just like shaking. So let's get our arms into it. And what does your body need right now to just like open up, energize, wake up? And now we can bring the whole body into it. Just loosening all the muscles of the body. And just feel into yourself. It's like, does your shoulders need to open? Is your face tense? Just what needs to be shaken out, opened up, energized? Any agitation that you just need to like shed off. Very primitive, very primordial. And on the out breath, you can also just like, like just shaking out the internal organs, if that feels meaningful. You can also just lean a bit more forward. That's one way. You can lean back. Twist the spine to the left. Twist the spine to the right. Just which one feels good right now? Which one opens, energizes? And then be still. Deep in breath. Deep out breath. And let's do that 2 more times. Deep in breath. Deep out breath. Deep in breath. And deep out breath. Now we can interlock our fingers, palm facing outwards, forehead height. Shoulders gently back and down, opening the chest. And then from the hip, we can twist the spine to the right and pushing outwards with the palms. Twist the spine to the left. Keeping the hips facing forwards to really get that twist in. Shoulders back and down, gentle, pushing forward with the palms. Return back to the center, continue pushing forward with the palms. Shoulders back and down, opening the chest. And relax. Now we'll put our feet together and kind of like tense all the muscles of one's body. So you tense the calves, the legs, hip in, shoulders back and down, a bit more tense. And you can kind of even like push the your hands a bit down, and it's like, oh, already this is a stretch. Have the head going up, like a string pulling up at it. And then within one's capacity, we're going to interlock keeping all that tension in the body in this posture, shoulders back and down, pushing the shoulders down, gentle, and then bringing the hands up at the same time. The power of this stretch comes from this gentle pushing of the shoulders down and gently pushing the hands upwards. And keep that lower body tension. For me, this always makes my hands tingle a lot and my arms. Do it within one's capacity, 10 more seconds. Release the arms, maintaining the lower body tension. Whew. And again, just keep feeling your body. Now we're going to interlock the fingers again, keeping the shoulders back and down, and raise the hands above the head. Lower body tension, shoulders back and down, opening the chest, and then pushing the palms upwards towards the sky. Keep that hip inwards. And release the arms. Now with the right hand, shoulders back and down still, with the right hand going to the right shoulder, left hand going to the right elbow, shoulders back and down, opening the chest, bring the elbow inwards towards the head. Again, the power of these stretches a lot comes from that proper shoulder placement. Shoulders going back and down, opening the chest, and as one brings in the elbow, there's much more potency in that. Okay, now we're going to move the left hand to the left shoulder, right hand to the left elbow. Again, opening the chest, bringing the elbow in. And release. Okay, we can open up our feet again to hip distance apart. Ooh, deep in breath together. Deep out breath. Now we're going to do these like this kind of chi thing. So it starts out with we are gathering the energy from below, kind of carrying it up, and then like yawning back, opening up, and then gathering down below, carrying it, opening up. And let's do that like 10 times. You can have the spine go back as we open. And let's do one more round. Okay, just normal, like just open up a bit, relax a bit. If anyone needs some water, please drink some water. So we're going to do a standing meditation, and yeah, let's. I like. So there's been times in my life when I've had a teacher or a friend who's like helped me go past my perceived limitations, and I always found it kind of amazing. Like basically, they just told me to do it, and then all of a sudden, I like could do it. But then, like, for years before that, just because my own like self-perceptions, I was always like, like staying in this like kind of trap or limitation. So today, I'd like to invite us to do a 20-minute standing meditation. And one does not have to hold the posture like if it feels like impossible to keep holding the posture I'm going to show, then I would invite, this is called Wu Chi posture. And this is like the baseline standing meditation posture. People are also welcome if they want to use the rug or like a blanket under their feet. I don't know. Yeah, so if someone wants a blanket under their feet, just so it's not like hard wood, but it's up to everyone. So this is like the Wu Chi posture. We won't be using the Wu Chi posture, but this is what I, if the other one starts to feel kind of intense or too much, then feel free to just come to this. And of course, if it's all just too much, no police force. So we'll be doing the holding the ball posture. So this is one of the most classic Zhang postures in Qigong practice. And with this, you kind of want to imagine like you're sitting on like a very high stool or a big ball. So like loosen up the knees, relax knees. And then it's like we have a big beach ball in between our arms. Or like you're hugging a tree. And imagine like you really want to do a lot of imagining that there's just a big full ball that one is hugging right now. And also one can imagine like there's a kind of a ball floating up here that's keeping one's under one's armpits, under one's elbow, under one's wrists. Like kind of like there's water and then there's like kind of buoyant balls underneath. And then I'll kind of correct people. So maybe kind of like this angle. Yeah, yeah, and then yeah. No way. So as we get into this, this is all about relaxing all of your muscles. This is not to use willpower and force, but actually how much can you just relax into this posture. And for myself, in the Thai forest tradition, there's a practice, a mantra called Buddho. Buddho, Buddho, Buddho. So I would invite to repeat this mantra in one's mind and find a tempo, a rhythm, a cadence that can get your mind interested in the mantra and kind of focus on the mantra and just allow your body to be almost like a conductor, like an antenna. And as we do Buddho in our mind, just allow this body to be an antenna, a conductor. Allow it to just relax, relax, relax. It's like our skeleton is set like this, but our muscles are just soft, malleable. And Buddho, Buddho, Buddho. And any friction or shakiness that occurs, see if you can connect deeper to the earth and kind of feel like that's draining out into the earth. Any agitation, sluggishness, connect with the earth. Just see if you can just let it drain down, down, down. Buddho, Buddho, Buddho. With these long stands, you don't have to be very strict with the posture. If you start to feel a natural expansion, just let it be. The purpose of the stand is to just gather and ground our being a bit more, to energize our being a bit more. Again, just let it all drain down into the earth, just softening all the muscles, and just connecting to a tempo, a rhythm, a cadence of Buddho. As our body becomes like an antenna, conductor, training in Buddho and the discomfort that can arise from standing meditation. Buddho can be quite a savior in times that we're sick, in painful, difficult situations. And also feel if there's any light energies within oneself as one grounds and gathers in this posture. Like in one's heart area, in one's head area, is there any sense of like buoyancy? And also allow those energies to rise up. In this posture, like when we have water where the dirt and clear water starts to separate, any agitations, sluggishnesses, let that drain down, go to the bottom. And see if there's any wholesomeness, brightness that can kind of rise up, clearness, as we use the standing posture to bring about this separation, this settling. And again, just connect with that Buddho, Buddho, Buddho. And just let this body be. Shaking may occur, various physical reactions may occur. That's all normal. There's a lot of shaking, just connect deeper into the earth and really just like rooting into the earth, letting it drain down. Also invite to have a gentle smile, just like the slightest, gentlest smile. There's two chi points on the sides of the mouth. And when we do a slight, gentle smile, we can touch these 2 points. And see if one does a slight, gentle smile, if one can connect to a sense of kindness, a sense of love, a positive energy. Buddho, Buddho, Buddho. 5 more minutes. And if it gets difficult, just connect deeper with Buddho. Connect deeper with the mantra. And just relax, relax, relax. more minutes. Invite to bend the knees a bit more and just emphasize grounding. Just sit a bit deeper into the earth. And just see how much one can just ground down, down, down. Let's emphasize that earth connection. The sense of uprightness, solidness. It's like we're like a pillar rooting deep into the earth, like a tree rooting deeper into the earth. We're like a mountain, heavy, solid. And release. Feel one's hands. And I invite everyone, we can, for those who are into it, we can rub our hands together. And for those who are into it, this is called like a chi scrub, so you can just kind of rub the face. One can rub one's head. I'm just giving one kind of like a energy scrub. Just for that sense of freshness. Now I invite everyone to just take a moment to feel within after this standing meditation. How does one feel after that? I would like to emphasize from this moment moving forward, let's practice slowing down. After standing meditation, I tend to feel much more like so as we just like switch from sitting or walking or going to the bathroom, I would emphasize slowing down a bit, kind of like a slight brake on the car. And just like, let's emphasize grounding. Because a lot of the times when we're being pushed by habitual force, it's usually kind of taking us into a superficial state. So just even while we're doing this, just like a gentle slowness to just keep gathering, grounding. And I just heard a conversation happening, and it arose this reflection of, I believe you were talking about as a kid, there's like a punishment of holding your arms up. It's quite interesting how like the perception that we have or intention going into an activity kind of shapes that whole experience. So like this could be perceived as like just like the perception and intention with it could be this very constricting, very like horrible experience. But then just like with a new intention, new perception, all of a sudden we're trying to use this for spiritual purification, spiritual elevation. And I found it interesting. There was this a gymnast who was like a female gymnast who like from 7 years old was like training to go to the Olympics. And she got there when she was like 19 and like won gold, something like that. And then after she won gold, there was like this hollowness in her life. Like, because her whole intention with like training 5 hours a day, like every day, her whole intention was this external motivation to like win gold. And when she won it, she just felt like hollow. And it's kind of wild because like the amount of discipline, intent to do something like that is just like astronomical. It's and if her intention and perception of what she was doing was more like this development of inner qualities, after that much like hard work, you would expect someone to have this like kind of brightness of being, just like that level of training, discipline, endeavor. So it just when I heard you speaking, just how much this intention and perception ends up affecting the experience that we have and also what we take from an experience within ourselves. So now we're going to do a sitting meditation. So whatever posture feels comfortable for people. Today we'll be doing just for some information, orientation for this first meditation we'll do a whole body breath meditation, and for people who are not familiar with this, so it'll be kind of like a body scan, and it's to feel the breath in as many places of the body as we can. So for instance, it's kind of obvious in the chest, there's this like expansion, contraction. In the belly, there's kind of a rise and a fall. And it's kind of like, I believe we could all agree it's probably possible to feel the breath in the upper back if one really sensitizes to it. There's like some sort of movement that occurs. Also in the lower back. But with whole body breath meditation, we also look to develop a sensitivity of the breath also in the arms, in the hands, the feet, also in the face and the head. And one way to kind of visualize this can kind of be like with every in-breath, every out-breath, there's kind of like a nervous system, electrical impulse that kind of goes through the system. This would be called qi in China, prana in yoga. So we'll be just connecting with this whole body breath, which includes the air coming in, air coming out, this expansion, contraction, rising and falling, and also seeing how much one can kind of feel the breath moving through the limbs to whatever degree. And if one can't feel it in an area, just like a gentle softening awareness in that area is good enough. And also, I'll invite us to do, which I've learned from our friend who's quite a Qigong expert. We'll Also be doing a opening and closing of the hands when I invite that into the meditation. And with the in-breath, it's like a very gentle opening the hands, and with the out-breath, closing. So I'll do it a little bit more obvious right now. And this can also help to just further attune our being to this whole body breath. And we can also do it with our feet as well, opening the feet, the toes with the in-breath, closing the toes with the out-breath, with the hands and feet together. And the wonderful thing about this opening and closing with the hands and feet, with the in-breath and out-breath, is it's actually a very easy object to stay with in meditation. The breath can be quite subtle, quite difficult to be with, continuously, uninterruptedly. But this is actually pretty doable, actually. And the emphasis on this is subtle and gentle, comfortable and enjoyable. So this can become very subtle, like almost someone else looking out might not even see that you're doing this. So when I invite this opening and closing, this is what I'm referring to in the sitting meditation. And one can essentially do that for as long as one wants for the rest of the meditation. If it doesn't feel beneficial, one can just stop and just whole body breath it. Or if it starts to feel coarse, like one's getting deeper into the meditation and you just want to like connect with the breath because one has enough groundedness, gatheredness, connectedness in the meditation, and one just wants to just connect with one object of the breath, then also that's a good time to let go of this opening and closing. But also it can be a nice meditation in and of itself, just the whole time, or the whole rest of the time doing this. It's can really open up the nervous system and be very energizing, enlivening in a sitting meditation. Okay, so with that introduction, let's close our eyes. And again, imagine like there's a string pulling up at the top of the head, pulling one up towards the ceiling, towards the sky. And see if you can experience a natural sense of uprightness, straightness of the spine. See if one can experience a sense of suspension. Feel like one's spine is like a pillar rooted into the earth, solid and straight. And then for all the muscles around this upright spine, let's just totally relax them, loosen them, soften them. Feel the jaw and allow the jaw to soften, loosen. Feel the cheeks and have them join the jaw in softening and loosening. Feel the forehead and the temples and have them also join in just softening, loosening. Like the muscles on the face are just hanging down off the skull. Feel the neck and shoulders and have them also just join in this softening and loosening. The hands and feet soften and loosen. And find a balance between this uprightness of spine and softness of body. Now feel the freshness of the in-breath. Feel the calmness of the out-breath. Really appreciate what it feels like when we connect with the breath. Fully feel the whole of the in-breath. Fully feel the whole of the out-breath. From the very beginning of the in-breath all the way to the end. From the very beginning of the out-breath all the way to the end. See how much one can feel like one's awareness is like riding the in-breath, riding the out-breath. Now feel the chest and feel the expansion of the in-breath. Feel the contraction of the out-breath. Ease open all the nerves in the chest and let the chest fully breathe. Now feel the sides of the chest underneath the armpits and feel the in-breath, feel the out-breath. Feel the sides of the chest breathing. Now feel the upper back And feel the upper back breathing in. Feel the upper back breathing out. Now feel the abdomen breathing in, the abdomen breathing out. Feel the sides of the abdomen and let them breathe. Feel the lower back breathe and ease. Now feel the hips and feel the hips breathing in and breathing out. We can now introduce this subtle and gentle opening of the hands and feet with the in-breath, subtle and gentle closing of the hands and feet with the out-breath. Opening with the in-breath, closing with the out-breath. The hands and feet breathing. And see if one can allow the legs and the arms just to naturally connect and join in with this opening and closing. How subtle, how gentle, how comfortable, how enjoyable can one make this effort? Opening the hands and feet with the in-breath, closing the hands and feet with the out-breath. And again, feel the hips, and let them ease and breathe. Feel the thighs, ease and breathe. Feel the knees easing and breathing. Feel the calves ease and breathe. As we continue opening with the in-breath, closing with the out-breath. Feel the ankles ease and breathe. And feel the feet easing and breathing, opening with the in-breath, closing with the out-breath. Now feel the shoulders ease and breathe. Feel the upper arms easing and breathing. Feel the elbows ease and breathe. Feel the forearms easing and breathing. Feel the wrist ease and breathe. And feel the hands opening with the in-breath, closing with the out-breath. Now feel the back of the neck and let that ease and breathe in and breathe out. Open all the nerves in the back of the neck. Feel the sides of the neck easing and breathing. Feel the front of the neck ease and breathe. Now feel the face and just ease open all the nerves in the face. As we open the hands and feet with the in-breath, close the hands and feet with the out-breath. Allow the face, like all the pores in the face, to breathe in and breathe out. Feel the eyes, the eye sockets, and just let those also just breathe in and breathe out. Feeling the breath in the eyes can be very freshening, refreshing. Feel the sides of the head and ease open all the nerves in the sides of the head. See if one can allow it to breathe. Feel the back of the head, and again, just let it ease open and breathe free. Now let us feel the top of the head and ease open all the nerves in the top of the head and allow it to breathe in and breathe out, subtly and gently opening the hands and feet with the in-breath, subtly and gently closing the hands and feet with the out-breath, and feeling the top of the head, breathing in and breathing out. And now from the top of the head to the bottom of the soles, from the palms of the hands to the core of the body, the front, the back, the sides, 360 degrees, feel the whole body breathing in. Feel the whole body breathing out. Subtly and gently opening the hands and feet with the in-breath, subtly and gently closing with the out-breath, and feeling the whole body breathing in, the whole body breathing out. That opening and closing, expanding and contracting, rising and falling. The air flowing in, air flowing out. There is so much happening, so much sensitivity, so much with every in-breath, so much with every out-breath. See how much one can expand one's consciousness to sense, to feel all of the aliveness with every in-breath, all of the aliveness with every out-breath, the movement. And if it feels right, one can also incorporate a very slight, very gentle smile. And just breathe in that smiling energy into the core and breathe it out through the limbs. Developing a positive charge, a positive resonance in this whole body breath. And see how much one can sink in to this whole body breath for the rest of this meditation. Meditating in a place with a bit more noise. How much can we just really simplify our being? How much can one enter into a state of just being a breathing, living, sensing thing? This whole body breath, nothing special. It's just being alive. So when sounds come into the ears, how much can this just breathing aliveness allow that to just pass through it? And see if there's any resistance or irritation within one's being. And see if by dissolving that with this in-breath and out-breath, this breathing aliveness can actually be bigger than any sound. This whole body breath, we're looking to return to a very primordial, very simple state of being. And as we feel the whole breath with the whole body, how much of that vibrancy can you feel within your being? There's an oasis, there's a spring of aliveness, of vitality at the core of our being. And as we feel the in-breath with the whole body, as we feel the out-breath with our whole body, bit by bit, we can start to connect, tap into this vibrancy, this aliveness, this sensitive awareness. Feeling the whole body breathing in, feeling the whole body breathing out, the hands and the feet, the belly and the back, the chest, air flowing in, the air flowing out. From the top of the head to the bottom of the soles of the feet. From the palms of the hands to the core of the body. Keep expanding one's awareness, keep deepening the sensitivity. How all-pervasive, how all-suffusive can one's breath awareness be with every in-breath, with every out-breath? The deeper our sensitivity develops with every in-breath, with every out-breath, the more power and potency can emerge in our meditation. And again, that slight, gentle smile to soften our being, to infuse the meditation with a sense of kindness, a sense of positivity. All the efforts in our meditation, subtle and gentle, comfortable and enjoyable. These qualities invite the mind to gather and ground, invites all the thoughts to come unify with the meditation, unify with the in-breath and out-breath. As we feel the whole in-breath with the whole body, as we feel the whole out-breath with the whole body, with sincerity, devotion, we can gather the energy of our being, gather it. The mind tends to be in a scattered and dispersed state. But every single in-breath that one feels from the beginning to the end, every single out-breath that one feels from the beginning to the end, every moment of every in-breath, every moment of every out-breath, as we develop the skill, the sensitivity, familiarity, and connectedness with the breath, it gathers and grounds our being. The breath is so refreshing. Just feel that in-breath from the beginning to the end. Feel that out-breath from the beginning to the end. And when we feel it with our whole body, like feel it in one's brain. Feel it down one's throat, into the lungs. The breath can almost feel like that feeling when one brushes one's teeth, that sense of freshness, that sense of cleanliness. The breath has a very refreshing, very cleansing quality to it when we fully feel it. Just see how much one can continue to get in a momentum with that, continue to sink into that meditation for this last portion. as we come to the end of this meditation, invite us as we open the eyes to stay connected with the breath. It is possible, not impossible, to be deeply connected with the breath, with the eyes open. And it is possible, not impossible, moving around through the day, walking, to be connected with the breath. So invite us in a very gentle effort. Again, these principles of subtle and gentle, comfortable and enjoyable, as we just slow down a bit, see how much one can just abide as just a breathing, sensing, living thing, rather than a thinking, analyzing, imagining thing. Let's take a 5-minute break, and then let's reconvene and just share any reflections that anyone has or questions or anything. And then we can have a lunch break after that.
Thank you so much. What a wonderful morning. Lovely, very lovely guided meditation. It came to the point as I study some of the teachings of joyful lightness of being. It's definitely felt a lightness of being, and a joy. I love the smiling part. It's always such a dear thing to be in a center of, or just to smile and that release and a lightness of being. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you so much for that guide and the warm-up. The physical aspect of this morning was quite delightful. I have my training is in physicality, and so it brought back a lot of that teachings. But this one had a different intent. Yeah, because I'm a trained mime artist, so it has a whole different intent but in the same way, it was the same way of using energy, pushing energy, grabbing energy, extending it, but to be centered is the realization that how do you stop moving by never stop moving? And so thank you so much.
Yeah, I've experienced a really strong contrast as far this morning of a lot of heat and energy. And then in the second meditation, a very cold and like very almost like tired and sleepy a little bit. And I have some like judgments around had I not been focusing enough, but I kept trying to fight this state of like sort of drifting into this sort of tranciness, almost like dreamlike sort of state. And I don't know if that was me sort of drifting a little bit far from my attention or what, but it's a very strong contrast from the heat and attention of that we began with. Sort of just sitting with that in this moment.
Yeah, it's a really good point because I feel that's almost like the whiplash of like kind of modern busy life is like when we try to do just a single day long. It's kind of like the body's exhausted, our being's exhausted from like all that like mind work we have to do and like study or computers, all of that. And then we try to sit, and then it's just like almost this like whiplash effect that the being just kind of honestly, and a lot of times it's like we actually need more sleep. Like there's kind of an exhaustion and like deeper sleep or more exercise in one's life, stuff like that. So I do find for day longs actually more like active practices can be more beneficial, like the standing meditation, walking meditation. Um, so yeah, just appreciate that reflection. I'd say it's a lot of it's just nature as well, just of this like kind of like almost like if something's getting pulled and then it and usually it's kind of like that's why I kind of enjoy 10-day retreats because it's kind of like 1, 2, 3 days where it's kind of like finding that balance, and then those like 7 days that can be like a lot of deepening.
Yeah, really beautiful though. Like my whole nervous system sort of.
Sadhu. Gratitude, Tommy. We can have this be a bit like a potluck, so it's kind of like even if you just have a cracker, we can just kind of go around and it doesn't have to be, an Italian spaghetti dinner that one has to share. all is welcome. So we can just kind of go around.
Yeah, I just noticed such a significant degree of uprightness after the standing meditation. As I was coming back in from outside, just like, just everything in my being was wanting to be in this uprightness and groundedness. I got very lost, incredibly lost during the sitting meditation. So I'm still with that lostness. It's almost hard to remember what happened with the standing meditation, but it was, I just remember feeling like both very at ease and also very clear about having a purpose toward moving into liberation.
My cracker offering is that I'm feeling really grateful for today and for you, for everybody here. Like I spend a lot of time running from practice for some reason, and then when I'm actually in a practice container, it's so good and rich and beneficial. So I'm just connecting with gratitude for that, and I really liked the Buddho mantra. That felt really special, and I'm glad to like have awareness of that now and be able to use it in times of need.
Yeah,
So it's powerful.
Yeah, we can do another meditation on that. And yeah, Buddha, so that's like really comes from like, it's a very deep, like very ingrained in the Thai forest tradition. A lot of masters made that their like only meditation object for like 30 years. And yeah, I found it was like, so when I got my first COVID shot, I experienced kind of like a chest contraction, and kind of was kind of concerned that I was going to have one of those like heart things happen, because it was kind of my age range and gender. And yeah, when I got to the hospital and the like needle going into the arm and all of that, like I hate needles. So like a needle in the arm as like an IV was just like super uncomfortable. And when the body is like sick or like vomiting or just any of those like very like, just when the body's just absolutely uncomfortable, it's such a strong force to like either just like wallow in it, just like like this is horrible, or to like totally distract oneself and try to get out of it. And usually the breath is very uncomfortable at that time, like you don't want to be next to the breath. And I really found Buddha to be like a very nice practice to not get just like pulled into the vortex of bodily discomfort, and to kind of stay afloat. And that can also apply to times of grief, or grief is a little bit different because I'm very much into like connecting with that and opening, because usually there's a lot of truth in our emotional suffering. But sometimes that can be a lot as well. Like there can be really difficult emotional times, and even like to be able to really open that up, it can be too much. And also like Buddha can be a good time to just as a means to kind of gather and ground and collect oneself. So gratitude for you sharing about that.
Thank you. How close do I have to get to this to be heard?
You're good.
Okay. The contrast between the standing, the physicality meditation, and then the sitting meditation was striking. And yeah, finishing the sitting one, it's a definite feel of the two balancing, because the standing meditation, I wasn't expecting so much physicality, so there was a sense of discomfort. Plus, I'm in terrible shape. I feel like I'm in terrible shape. And then during the sitting meditation, I found two types of falling away from the meditation. One was not so surprising, like I felt myself drifting into a dreamy sleep state. So I had to pull myself back, like, no, this isn't sleep, it's meditation. But then I also felt a whole body tingly adrenaline surge, like a questioning reaction, not quite panic attacky, but like the body's sensing, like, do you need to get up and run away, sort of thing. And so I had to like sort of pull myself back, and I was like, no, it's fine. You're here. This is what you're doing. Because I tend to be restless. So to sit and be this calm is sort of out of my wheelhouse. But I liked it.
But actually that kind of adrenaline that you were describing, or the kind of like tingling effect, if you continue to practice like whole body breath meditation, actually when you kind of face that and that kind of like fear, if you can actually eventually kind of unblock that and have it start circulating with the breath, that can actually connect you to quite a bit of vitality in the meditation and kind of like energize it. Like, it's kind of like weird in meditation. We're looking to develop like a calm and alert state at the same time. So like normally when we're going through our life, it's like watching TV, you're just like totally relaxed and like kind of dull. Or otherwise it's like kind of like you're driving, you know, you have to be like totally alert, you know, like cars are about to hit you or something like that. And there's kind of like a tension in that. And like meditation is this kind of weird thing when we're looking to like develop this like tranquility of body and calm, but then like alert, awake consciousness. And that's actually that balance is what actually starts to bring about this unification and kind of all the kind of, we could say, profound things that can come about from meditation. So that reaction is actually quite good actually for that to arise forth, because we are actually looking to develop like a very alert state that is actually very energizing to our being. But then the interpretation that can occur due to previous conditionings of like, oh, fear, like, oh, I need to do something now. So I would invite to kind of actually feel that, where that's coming from, and see if you can, like, for that to also just start like, kind of like if there's like a knot and the breathing's almost like massaging it, and see if like actually you can start like moving.
So instead of, it felt like I wanted to go just out. So instead you're saying like to make it
See if it can like
circulate?
start circulate, yeah. Like almost like the breath is like massaging it and it starts to like open up and like start to circulate through your being. Sadhu.
Thank you. Thank you, Venerable. It was very, it was a beautiful morning. I appreciated the movement. I do quite a bit of Qigong. I had never done, I do standing meditation quite a bit, but I'd never done the ball of Qi with it, and that was great. And the mantra was also helpful when it got a little intense. And then during the seated meditation, I was working a lot with awareness in different parts of the body, and that also was good after my nap. And then I was curious if you want to now or at some point today, if you would be willing to comment on eyes open versus eyes closed. I do both, and I was just curious why you instructed us to close our eyes at this moment, or
Sadhu. Sadhu.
so
We can do that post lunch. Get
Great,
into that.
thank you.
Gratitude.
Thank you. That was really, really nice. I resonate with some of what you said around like resisting. I've been in kind of a phase of being really overwhelmed by life and have been resisting practice for about a week or two. And the standing meditation was really great for me because that's something that I have done a lot of. And also it was super challenging. I don't think that I've made a point of standing in that posture for 20 minutes. And I was like, I know I can do this. And so I had to do a lot of what you shared afterwards in order to do it. And so there was actually a lot of fluidity. A lot of people have been saying, oh, they were so different. But for me, there's been kind of a through line through this morning of practice, because the opening and closing is so essential for me to be able to stand in that posture for 20 minutes or
However, like I at the end, I was just like, I could just keep doing this. I was just like, this, yeah, I now really want to play with that more. And yeah, like one piece that I did want to share about the sitting was I was having, I moved through different phases where when we were inhaling and our bones were growing, my awareness went out. And then as we were exhale and all of our joints and bones were condensing, my awareness went inside. But then at a certain point, you mentioned air coming in and drawing air in as we inhale. And so then it creates this, like there's a counterpoint. And when you mentioned the two, like this kind of expansion and relaxation happening at the same time as a means of unification, it's interesting. I kept working with that after the sitting, and I settled on just like keeping my awareness in as the bones were out, at the same time that you were explaining that, which was kind of just an interesting time because there's two choices there, and yeah, and one last piece, which was that the kindness, like in the linking the kindness with the smile was really key for me. And I like just incorporated kindness into like as a mantra, where breathing in was kind and breathing out was ness. But then there's this last little piece, which is that ness actually means miracle in Hebrew. And that kindness is a miracle. And so, yeah, thank you so much.
Sadhu. Yeah, gratitude for everyone's reflections. Yeah, the summer before my senior year, I got into partying and doing various substances, and also meeting kind of like semi-spiritual people, and it just like opened me up that there was this whole other dimension to life. And yeah, it got me very like kind of investigative. I started reading philosophy that summer, existentialism, like the one about the guy that goes on trial because he like killed a person. What was that called?
The trial.
The trial.
Or there is the trial, but there's also, you might be thinking of Camus, The Stranger.
The Stranger. Yeah. That book really like absurdism. So yeah, I started reading existentialism and also like beyond the drug experience philosophy books, and nothing was really quite satisfying. It wasn't like kind of hitting the thing that I was looking for. And towards the end of that summer, I was just staring at my computer, staring at Google, super bored. And just spontaneously a memory arose that a few years before in social studies in high school, we had watched a PBS documentary about Buddhism. And all I could remember from that documentary was there was this prince who never saw aging, sickness, or death until he left the palace. And I thought to myself, like, oh, that's a cool story. So then I typed Buddhism into Google, and I clicked on the Wikipedia page, and at the top of it was the Four Noble Truths. And when I read desire is the cause of suffering, it just like instantly clicked. It just struck me. I was like, how have I never heard that before? And I got really excited. I was like, what is this Buddhism? So then I clicked on another web page. And at the top of that web page was a picture of a monk meditating on a mountain. I was like, oh, that's what I want to do. So then I went out of my room and I said, Mom, I'm becoming a monk. And she was like, oh, don't say things like that. And then I went to high school and I'm like, everything's suffering. I'm becoming a monk. And and which made my senior year very chill. didn't have to do SATs or apply for colleges, and took the minimum amount of classes. And do you guys get these dreams? This is like just random, but I found in like my monastic life the dream that you're like still in school, and like you feel like, oh, I haven't been in school for a long time, and like I'm about to like fail a test, like I must be like failing. I've had that quite a few times as a monastic. Or like a job, it's almost like leftover trauma from school or like work. Like like a few years into the monastic life, it's like you have a dream that you're like working, and then it's like, I haven't been in my job for so long. I must be like fired or so yeah, so yeah, in high school, senior year, I eventually found a Buddhist community in Portland Friends of the Dhamma. And when I told them I wanted to become a monk, they were all really enthusiastic, like, wow, you're so young and you want to become a monk. And I ended up meeting a friend there who was 28 at the time. I was 17. And he was really, like, really cool. Like, he became my role model. He was facilitating a young adults group, and we ended up becoming good friends. He really appreciated my enthusiasm about Buddhism, and yeah, through his friendship, because I was still kind of doing various naughty things, and just through developing a friendship with him, and he was like keeping the five precepts, both him and his partner, and going over to their house. Just over the course of a few months, as that friendship developed, he never like imposed anything upon me, but just like the way he was living his life in integrity and like devoted, just eventually that just started to rub off on me, and then I was able to kind of drop friends who were more like unwholesome, and kind of just start naturally aligning to the precepts. And I found that to be like a really valuable lesson in my life of like when we live our life sincerely and with integrity, it's not so much like pushing or pulling anyone, but rather letting the truth of how we're living kind of radiate forth, and then having that bring about transformation in people. And then also this friend suggested, he's like, you're so young, you should go like travel before you become a monk, like do a pilgrimage in India. I was like, oh, that's a cool idea. So then I got a job at Jamba Juice, became a supervisor there. And then I finished high school in June, and then that following January, I saved up about $6,000 and got on my first plane ride ever. I had never left America. I'd always lived on, like, never left the west coast of America, and never been on a plane, and just flew by myself from Portland to New Delhi, India. And yeah, I started a pilgrimage where I was doing Vipassana Goenka retreats. I did about 5 of those, going to all the holy sites, like where the Buddha was born, awakened. And then I stayed in India and Nepal for about 7 months. And towards the end of that, I did a 35-day silent meditation retreat in the Mahasi tradition. And that's kind of like slowing down and like noting everything. So it's like when you like lift your hand, you're like lifting, extending, grabbing, in, out. So you label like literally everything. And it was completely silent except for like every other day having a 15-minute conversation with the teacher. And yeah, that was the end of that trip. And I had decided to just fly from India to Thailand, and just went straight to ordaining at a place called Wat Pah Nanachat, which is kind of the heart of the Thai forest tradition for Westerners. There's about 20 monasteries around the world in that tradition. And yeah, so I was like 19 when I arrived there, and then went through a 6-year apprenticeship with the Ajahn Chah tradition, with the Thai forest tradition. Spent 4 years in Thailand, 2 years in Australia and New Zealand at branch monasteries. And through a series of coincidences, I kind of got connected with a more private monastic community, like no online presence, and kind of like most I would say Buddhist things are very like open. This was kind of like closed a bit, which was like odd. And but I made a friend who was a part of it, and there was something about the way he spoke, and that really like felt like there was something deep behind there. And I was like, oh, as soon as I finish my apprenticeship, I just have to check this out. Either it's going to be totally crazy and like, or it's going to be like really deep. So, so I went into this group, this monastic community that had about 20 monks in it, from all over the world, different traditions, called Heart Dhamma. And yeah, there's when where I found my spiritual teacher in this life. There was a guide who was kind of like a nun, kind of like half a lay person, half a nun, and a monk who was like the leader of the community, and this nun who was the guide of that community. And yeah, I had this wonderful blessing in my life of receiving 4 years of very close guidance from them. It was almost like a second apprenticeship. And yeah, just a very sincere community of monks who were all very aligned with this teacher. And it was just a group really devoted towards liberation. And what struck me about this community and this particular style of practice was they were connected a lot with like heart sensitivity. So they were like connecting with suffering and like opening up about the truth of suffering and like crying and like, and also emphasizing like humbling. Like there was a big emphasis on humility and humbleness, which I'd never encountered before with such a strong emphasis. And then also within that, they were also like their practices of like connecting with gratitude and like having gratitude ring and resonate and like spring forth from one's being. And I just never encountered people like tapping into that so deeply. And also like wholesome remorse in the conscience, and like just like that also just ringing, resonating, springing forth, all kind of driven by the development of humility and humbling. And I had no access to any of that whatsoever. Like there was all these people tapping into these like really potent states and expressions, and I didn't even know what that would lead to, but I was just like, whatever that is, it's really potent. Just when like what I feel when I'm next to it just feels like they're tapping into a source that I just totally wanted. And but then as I came to realize I had like a concrete slab over my heart and just like no access to like a deep sincere dimension of my being. and and also as a monastic I had learned a lot about, we could say, the behaviors of respect, the way that people talk and behave that's respectful and humble, like bowing, like being respectful. But I eventually realized that that was all kind of like a costume I was wearing. I had not really like deeply intimated with any of it. And they kept kind of telling me like, yeah, you just don't quite get the humility and humbleness part yet. But eventually, you'll get it. And then I would be trying, and like everyone's like, not quite there yet. And I also had these impressions, just ordaining early and like kind of, I had some nice meditation experiences that were pretty consistent or very consistent. And yeah, entering into this community was like, no, your karma is like pretty bad. Like you have a lot of like kind of junk. I was like, oh shoot. So it was like major hits to my ego. And but I had a lot of faith that I felt like there was like something really potent here. And yeah, it took about, I would say, from arriving there, it took about 11 months before I really like hit or accessed heart sensitivity, and where I really experienced like a heart opening. And before that, it was like a 6-month period where and yeah, maybe this is a nice also theme. There was this long period of kind of a reflection practice where it was kind of to find all the sufferings of one's life and to like bullet point it and like collect it all together. And how I've come to like understand that practice is we kind of have these hearts at the core of our being, like a very sensitive, very alive, kind of almost like force. And it's like kind of engulfed and covered over by all of this imagination, proliferation. And also, as we go through our life, like if you imagine like a baby, the kind of sensitivity of like someone yells, a baby cries, yeah? So we kind of have that sensitivity deep within us. But then as we go through life, we kind of start blocking it. We start like numbing. Or like for instance, if you remember like being a child and like having like an authentic kind of joy, and the way in which as we go through the world, people's like kind of negativity or judgments like kind of would hit us. And then we have this tendency that we like start to like cover over this sincere, authentic place of our being. And we start to develop layers of it, of identity. And then we, as this process unfolds of these kind of hits and residues and development of layers, we kind of lose access to the source of aliveness, of authenticity, of sincerity, of truth within us. And it kind of gets covered over by this like kind of self-conscious, like this concern about me and others, future, past, people, places, things, that like starts like almost like a parasite. Like we were talking about ticks, someone was talking about ticks. So it's almost like a tick kind of comes onto our heart and just starts like, and then when we sit down to meditate, yeah, there's like all these thoughts. And it's kind of like a big fat tick that's on our being. And also another, various images to describe this, but maybe the first one that comes forth is clams have a very interesting like life cycle. So when a clam's born, they don't have a shell. They're just this kind of like tender tissue. And what a clam does is they kind of dig themselves into the dirt and they just start accumulating the layers to kind of develop the shell around them. Because it's dangerous, there's things that want to eat it, kind of attack it. So clams develop this shell around this tissue. And not only that, clams also dig themselves into the sand for safety. So not only do we develop they develop a shell, but they also bury themselves. So too with our heart. As we go through life, we kind of develop these shells around it. We kind of gather these layers that thicken. And we also kind of bury ourselves in world and thoughts and imaginations. And yeah, just like a clam, it's kind of like if you take a clam and you put it into like, let's say, warm, soft water that's very calm and stable, eventually that clam might, open up a little bit. And when a clam opens, there's like that tender, pink, soft tissue that's very sensitive. The shell is dead. The sand is dead. But inside of that clam is like a very sensitive, very tender nature. And so too within all of our hearts, there's this kind of clam that when we give this like softness and gentleness and kindness, it can open up a little bit. And oh my, the sensitivity here, it's like so enlivening. Have you guys ever listened to a song where the singer is like singing about suffering, but they're like it's really raw and true? And it's like we just want to listen to it over and over again. It's the same words, same song. But there's like a dimension of rawness and truth that they connect to in that song that just kind of like, we just want to eat it up. It's just like, and that's like kind of in a very limited way that a singer kind of actually touches into the sensitive nature of our being. And there's a meaningfulness there. So much of art is actually tapping into that raw, sensitive dimension of our being, of truth, and appreciating that meaningfulness that comes forth from that. So again, I had concrete slab over my heart, and so the practice I did I was kind of doing service my first 5 months, and then for 6 months did this practice of this collection and reflection process. And the way I would describe it now is these layers are kind of invisible over our heart. And also Lumpur Liam, the leader of the Ajahn Chah tradition, which the Thai forest tradition is not so heart sensitivity, much more like endurance kind of tradition, like a striving, ascetic kind of tradition. But Luang Por Liam had a very beautiful metaphor, which he described ignorance, or the identity, the ego, kind of being like an invisible person in a lake. And the way that you kind of start to see it is you see the ripples of its movements. And for this heart, it's kind of like there's this invisible thing over it. And this process of collection and reflection was looking to like figure out, what is this invisible thing over the heart? Like, how thick is it in some places? Like, what's the shape of it? How thick of it is it here and here? Is like, what is this ego? What is fear? What is anger? Your fear? How thick is it? How dense is it? How many like knots and tangles are there? Is it connected with anger? So it was like a very thorough process of like, what is greed, hatred, and delusion? What is fear? What is jealousy? How much of that is in my own being? How much of that am I carrying in every situation? Who is this me? How do I perceive others from this me? What is my me? Like when the Buddha talked about the realization of non-self, what is the self that's preventing the state of non-self? How thick of it is it in some areas? How thin is it in some areas? How heavy is it? And so this process was a lot of kind of bullet pointing of like everything that one could find. And with people that I'm practicing with now, who like I had all the time in the world to do this, and also in kind of a very calm environment. So I had to find like a lot from my past. I was like looking for sufferings, like, okay, what? So I was like looking for a lot of it. But I would say in people's normal lives, with lots of interactions and stuff, they can find you quite easily. And and yeah, it can be a very interesting process to start clarifying, what is myself? What is this self? What is the identity over my heart? And also when one starts to do that, it's like we have these things on the surface that are noticeable, and then it's like you start to notice, it's like, oh, that's connected with this, that's connected with that. And when the Buddha described dependent origination, samsara, as being like this tangled knot that's very, very tangled, you start to like see in your direct experience, like, oh, whoa, this is like a tangled mess. Like this concern, this me, this proliferation, it's like this whole tangled knot where fear is connected with anger, insecurity, like it all starts to be this like interwoven knot. And that's what drives this incessant proliferation, is we kind of have all this stuff that's like kind of unresolved. And the word nibbana, like the Buddha's metaphor for nibbana was like a fire going out. And in our Western perspectives, we kind of consider that kind of like extinguishment. Like kind of the fire like is extinguished. But in Indian philosophy and the view at the time of India was that like the fire element was an all-pervasive element. Kind of like how there's air everywhere, there's kind of fire element everywhere. And when you kind of rub two sticks together and catch a fire, like literally, it's like the fire element gets caught on it. And they viewed it as like this kind of ever-pervasive element gets contracted, caught. And the reason why it's hot is because it's agitated. And when you get a fire out, it's kind of like something that's hooked and it releases and cools and is freed. So this word nibbana is describing like unbinding. Unbinding. And again, with this metaphor of a knot, which actually occurs many times from the Buddha. So it's kind of like this whole proliferation, imagination, identity, concern thing is like this entangled knot. And going towards Nibbana is this untangling, this unbinding. And the description of like vimutti, like relief, release, liberation. And this isn't like faraway concepts, it's really like, that's what the Buddha was directing towards when he used this word nibbana. It's this untangling, untangling. So like as we go through our life, it's like, what do I get caught on? What do I get caught on? And there's another beautiful metaphor in the suttas of a person's in a river, and as they're going through the river, there's kind of like branches and rocks, and they kind of get caught. As the flow of the river pushes them, they get caught on the rock, caught on the branch, hit this, hit that. And this river is kind of like time. As we're going through our life, we're just kind of getting pushed along. And this person in the river is our ego, our sense of self. And this isn't in this metaphor, but I'm taking it a little bit of a step further. But like, as we untangle this me, myself, mine, I, and as we untangle that, it's like that sense of self starts to dissolve. And the water does not get caught on the rocks or the branches of life. It does not get cut. It flows through it. So as we're going through our life, when we're kind of this kind of unfortunately invisible person in the water that's causing a lot of suffering to ourselves. A lot of fear, concern, agitation, constriction. Yeah, it's like as we're going through our day, it's like, what hits, what rubs up against it? What cuts it? What does it get caught on? And that's where we can start to clarify this self. And then this thing is not like a lifeless thing, this self, because there's a chitta, there's a heart at the core of all of this. The mind doesn't really suffer. Like the mind's kind of like this thing. But why is it like such a burden? Proliferation. Because there's this thing that feels within us, that feels that mind when it's caught on things, when it's angry, when it's concerned. There's a heart within us that has to experience it. And this like comes down to the Four Noble Truths of when the Buddha said there is suffering. And that was one of the biggest moments in my spiritual path, is when I met this monk. And he said to me, it's like, it's the heart that suffers in the First Noble Truth, and it's the heart that experiences liberation in the Third Noble Truth. And I was like very intellectual before that. I had like many nice ideas about Dhamma and spirituality. But when that truth became very evident within myself, it totally like changed the whole direction of my path. Like the Buddha, when he described the First Noble Truth, he said it was like separation from those you love is an example of what he means by this noble truth of suffering. And for any of us who, for instance, had a relationship, that the sense of just being stabbed when that relationship fell apart or broke apart, a sense of being like your heart being ripped in half, the sense of someone dying that you care about, and that pain that can just last for days, weeks, months. So separation from those you love, that's what the Buddha described as what he meant by this noble truth of suffering. And where did we feel that? It's like right here. And it's this same place that experiences this untangling, this freedom, this awakening, liberation. And with this tangle, as we clarify that, what is this tangle that's over my heart? We start like tracing. Why do I think about this a lot? So tracing that. This development of humility and humbleness, it's kind of like adding like water to it. Like it's kind of like hard, this knot. And humility and humbleness is like the softening agent. It starts to soften it. And humbling, I came to find out after a very long time of trying to develop it, is just this like opening our eyes, opening our heart, developing clearer seeing, deeper sensing of the noble truth of suffering. Because the tendency of ignorance is to ignore. It's to look away, to like from the suffering that we experience. And also a tendency of ignorance is like normalization and like numbing. So it's kind of like we have these things that we kind of carry with us, and it kind of just feels like this is life. This is just how the mind works. This is just how the world works. So there's a lot of like a kind of inquiry or questioning of like, is this innate to existence? Like for instance, if one has insecurity, or it feels like for myself, it was a lot of like, I had this me that was like, felt like it was very weak. And I was very scared of confrontation. And like kind of authority, and they were kind of like bigger and like, and that just felt like normal. But then it's like when you start to like kind of clarify that, and then it's like, is that really my heart? Is this actually reality? And then what one starts to do is like start to connect, like when we can get out of some of these mind things, ego things, stop believing in it 100%, and start connecting, like, how is that actually affecting my heart? Like at my core, what is this fear doing? What is this anger doing? How is that affecting here? And that's like a whole paradigm shift, because all these forces within our being are trying to push us outwards. And it's like, no, 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 no. Whatever's going on, how's that affecting here? And then it's like, for instance, with fear, it's like rather than the content of it, it's like more like the suffering that it's causing to our own being. And as we connect deeper with our heart, it's like, oh, that's actually what matters. This is what matters. And that's a very big job, this transition, this transformation, the shift from the ego dimension, the mind dimension, to the heart dimension. But as we start to make these connections and start to resensitize our heart, in that process of sensing and seeing is a softening of our being. It's like, oh, yeah, that's suffering. And then the being starts to soften, starts to humble. And also, on the wholesome side of things, it's like opening our eyes, opening our heart to the goodnesses. I was just speaking about this with someone yesterday, and actually this opening the eyes, opening the heart thing, I just love. And like how often in our life do we receive help or goodness or experience it? Either our own actions and our own intentions, our own qualities, or others. And how much of the time do we just let it pass it by? Like, oh, thank you. But that's just really kind of passing by, yeah? And also in this development of humbling is like, how much can we actually have that touch our heart? Like pass through our core. And this feeling of being like touched by goodness. Touched, touched, touched. As we feel that touch, it can start to like ring, it can start to resonate like. And what can start to emerge forth from that can be a sense of gratitude that kind of resonates and rings from just this clearer seeing, deeper sensing of reality. And oh my, how nourishing gratitude is. It's like water in the desert. And it's also deepening of gratitude. Emphasizing gratitude can also help in this humbling and softening process. And also as we start to connect with our heart with sincerity, about like the harms, agitation, sufferings that we cause to our own being, or even just our own conditionings of our mind. When we start to connect with our heart, also what can start to emerge from that is also a sense of like conscience. Because there's a part of us that, this sensitive part that just doesn't want to suffer. And then as we start to more clearly see, deeply sense how our mind or our ego is causing suffering to our heart, this kind of sense of sorriness can start to arise, of wholesome remorse. Like, oh, like, oh my, how long have I fed fear? How long have I fed anger, made it stronger, believed in it, followed it, or greed and craving and let it like push and pull my being? When we start to connect with the heart sensitivity and spiritual sincerity, the sense of just like, oh, I'm sorry, heart. can start to emerge. And that sense of sorriness, of wholesome remorse, the conscience, also supports in this humbling process, softening process. In this humbling, softening, and developing of clearer seeing, deeper sensing, it's what can start to soften this knot and start to loosen it. And it's within this context that I now view meditation practice. Because ultimately, it's so much easier to meditate when one's being has been humbled. When one has nourished and connected deeply with gratitude so that it's alive and resonant. And also from the sensitizing process of the mind, also like the heart just, what the Buddha called dispassion starts to arise. It's just like, enough. And when enough of that enoughness has been developed within us, the force that inclines towards mental creation, mental fabrication starts to wither and reduce. And then it's like becomes easier to be connected with the meditation object. So big emphasis on like slowing down in life, just like a little bit, is really beneficial for supporting and just gathering a bit more, grounding a bit more our being. Because the more gathered that we are, which can come about through meditation, slowing down, mindfulness of the body, the more our aliveness and sensitivity can increase and also enhance this process of the sensitivity, aliveness, gratitude, heart sensitivity, humbling. And it's within that context that then, as we develop singleness in meditation, like with the breath, with metta, loving kindness, the steps of the feet, yeah, it's just for gathering and grounding our being. And as we develop meditation, mindfulness, awareness, that also will reveal how much stuff you have, you know? And as we develop heart sensitivity, clear seeing, deep sensing, it's kind of like getting this stuff out. Like, why can't we just have why can't the breath just be the only object of our awareness? It's because we kind of accumulated a lot of things through our life. Kind of a heavy backpack. So as we develop this heart sensitivity and also start to connect with the breath and kind of gather our being a bit more, then we can start to like shed off, can start to like separate, get a little bit more space from these things. And the Buddha has a beautiful metaphor for this, which he described like a snake, and it sheds off its skin, the molting process. And why does a snake molt? Why does it shed off its skin? It's because that outer skin starts to feel very constrictive. It starts to feel kind of itchy. There's kind of parasites on it. And also, it develops that fresh body within it. And it starts to grow as well. So the outer skin starts to feel old, decrepit, afflictive. And that inner body grows. has like an aliveness and freshness, and then it's just the primordial nature that kind of just needs to get that off. So this whole path is this development of the wholesome and abandonment of the unwholesome. The development of the wholesome is like that growing of the inner body of the snake. The abandonment of the unwholesome is that development of sensitivity to that outer skin. And when these two things meet, this shedding off process can start to occur. So this talk was definitely not exactly the theme of grounding, gathering, and unifying, but these qualities, this orientation for my own practice in this particular style is what drives the unification process. Because as we kind of loosen up and space, separate a bit from the unwholesome and the ego, and also nourish and appreciate the wholesome within ourselves, it makes unification much easier. Because unification comes about because, actually, so often how the Buddha described how one enters into a unified state is a sense of pamoja arises, which is a Pali word meaning joy. And this pamoja the Buddha was describing comes off of from the wholesome, from being connected to the goodness and wholesomeness within our being. And there's kind of like an innocence. There's kind of like, there's a beautiful description of a stream enter in Buddhism, like the first stage of awakening. He described as like a baby chick kind of getting its head out of the egg. So we have this like goodness at our core. It's kind of like a baby chick. And oh my, the mind that's like guilty and like judges oneself and all of that, how much harm it does to this little baby chick of our heart. It's just like a very innocent, very good thing. And the more that we can get connected with this goodness within us and appreciate it, and also kind of like separate out because so much of the confusion or delusion is that it's a mixed bag. And we identify with the unwholesomenesses of our being. Like we believe that we are fear, we are anger, that we did all these bad things. But then when we start to do this process, it's like, oh no, those things were like causing suffering to this at my core. And which one feels more true, as we go into it? Like, is it our habits or is it our heart? And when we sensitize and connect, through one's own direct experience, it's like, oh, this feels much more like me. This feels much more true to my core. And these other things, oh my, they're afflicting, they're afflictions. And that's like one of the biggest things that can unfold from the spiritual path, spiritual development is, it's like the ego and identity that feels guilt. It's the heart that feels sorriness. And also this self-conscience, this like the losing of that identification comes about through the development of heartfelt understanding of the truth. Like embarrassment, guiltiness is kind of a lack of understanding of suffering. Like we quite haven't resolved or come to understand how that actually afflicted our own being. And that's why the Buddha described with the First Noble Truth is like we have to come to pariññaya, like full understanding, complete understanding of suffering. And what is understanding full understanding of suffering? Is that just like an intellectual thing? Or is that going to be a visceral thing? Like one who has fully understood suffering? At least from my experience and my community, I was a part of this understanding, the emotional experience of that is humbling. And when one has come to understanding, just embarrassment, guilt, I'm a bad person, all these kinds of things, they just wither away, die away, shed away. And this goodness comes forth. So we practice meditation to ground and gather. Because if we're just like spinning around in the water, it's hard to find your way up to get your head above the water. So that doesn't quite work. So meditation's to stabilize a bit. And then what the Buddha described, purification, clarification. That's when we stabilize, starting to kind of swim up or kind of dig ourselves out. And as we get connected more with our inner goodness and start to shed off the unwholesome and afflictions, things do start to unify in meditation. A lightness, a buoyancy, a brightness starts to gain prominence in our being. Sincere gratitude to you all. Actually, first I would invite, because we'll do another sitting. I used to do this just every single day. Maybe they opened up my hips. First thing is with robes, I always have to figure out how to do this appropriately. So it's like you put your elbow under your knee. And when you do this stretch, you shouldn't feel in your knee at all. It should be in the hip.
I was young once.
Whatever the capacity. And I found even when I was meditating like 6 to 8 hours a day, and I would do this stretch in the morning, if I didn't do it in the afternoon, pain would arise much faster. So I would do this like always before a sit to like increase circulation, and do that with the other hip. And then butterfly. Just whenever we stretch the hips out, it just really helps with circulation and electrical flow of the nervous system. And while in this posture, so in India yoga tradition, you kind of hold it like this. Then we can kind of rotate the neck, very gentle, soft, emphasizing the spine. We can reverse. Okay, and then yeah, we can stand up. And yeah, let's do some rotations. So we can do big circles with our shoulders. And then we can reverse that. Davis, could you move a little bit closer to Tommy? Suddenly. Now we can go down to our hip and do a clockwise rotation. And kind of a nice way to do it as well is to keep the upper body floppy. And just let it kind of like as we rotate. Wow. And then reverse. And we can go down to our knees. And gentle circles with the knees. Clockwise rotation. Reverse. We can go down to our ankles, clockwise rotation. Reverse. Move to the other ankle, clockwise rotation. Reverse. Okay. So today we'll do a more comprehensive smile meditation. So this smile practice is actually a very ancient Qigong practice. It's like 4,000 years old or something like that in the inner alchemy tradition. And yeah, with this, the orientation with this is there's kind of like two chi points here, like acupressure points. And when we do like a very slight, very gentle smile, it's kind of like we almost like touch these 2 points and it can kind of activate them. And it's called an inner smile practice. So it's like a very subtle, very slight smile. And also we'll be directing it towards ourselves or inwardly. And with this practice, you're looking to kind of get in some sort of experience energetically of like, it can be a tingling sensation, it could be a feeling of kindness, love, it can just be a positive feeling. So for some people, it can be like warmth. So just as one does it, whatever kind of experience kind of generates from that, that feels wholesome or positive, we generate that through meditating on the inner smile. And then we'll actually use the breath to kind of move it around. And it's kind of like the whole body breath meditation, but the emphasis is the smile now, and the breath is like secondary. And this was my way of actually accessing metta practice or loving kindness meditation. And later on in the meditation, I'll also introduce the kind of classic ways of metta in Buddhism, which is like, may I be well. And the intention with that is as we cultivate the inner smile and kind of see how much we can have the whole body smiling, feeling this kindness or positivity, is the may I be well or may I be free from suffering, may I be at peace. It's again kind of like this bell. And it's like when we do that phrase in our mind, find a phrase that actually rings and resonates in one's being. So like, for instance, if it's may I be well, so we're doing this smile, we're breathing, generating that. And then the may I be well, if that resonates with one's being, see how much that can just kind of enhance the loving kindness vibration, the metta vibration of one's being. So also just like there's a particular phrase that you feel connected with, I would encourage that for this. Okay, so let's get started. Again, connecting with the string on the top of the head, almost like a puppet getting pulled up. And see if you can get that sense of suspension. And again, soften the muscles of the body around this suspension. And oh my, it's our faces that tend to hold so much tension and residues. So again, feel the jaw and allow it to soften. Feel the cheeks of the face join in the softening. Feel the temples and forehead soften. And again, find that balance between this sense of suspension and uprightness, and ease and softness. Again, feel that freshness of the in-breath and the calmness of the out-breath. And as we feel the breath, just feel that centering of one's being. And now introduce that very slight, very gentle smile. Feel the 2 points on the side of the mouth as we gently smile into them. And as we feel this slight, gentle smile, turn it inwards towards oneself. Smile the kindest, most loving, caring smile that you've ever experienced. Make this smile the center of one's awareness, the center of the meditation. And around this center, there's the uprightness of the spine, softness of the body, and also that whole body breath. And this kind, gentle, caring smile at its core, at its center. Whatever positive energy, positive feeling that emerges as we gently smile, embrace it. However subtle or prominent, do you feel a sense of care, a sense of kindness, sense of love, a tingling, a warmth, a pleasant feeling. Just really invite it and embrace it. Give it space to breathe and grow. Gently smiling, just ease open all the nerves in the cheeks and see if this smiling energy can spread and suffuse the cheeks. Smiling, feel the in-breath, the air coming in. See if you can breathe in this smiling, positive energy in through the nose, down the throat, into the lungs. Breathing and smiling, smiling and breathing. We can also breathe in this smiling energy up into the brain. And when we breathe out, let it suffuse out, spread out to the scalp. Spreading and suffusing the brain and the head with positive energy, with kind, loving, caring energy. Breathing in this positive energy into the lungs, into the core. Breathing out, have it spread through the limbs, out the hands and feet. Breathing in positive energy, smiling energy. Breathing out, having it spread and suffuse and radiate forth. And connect this smile with your heart. of this smiling energy, its softness, its gentleness, warmth. Bring that into the heart center. And see if that sensitive, tender heart nature can open up a bit. As we smile and breathe and connect with our heart, give it a lot of space, a lot of space. As we connect our smile with our heart, smiling in, breathing, like ringing a bell, we can recollect, mentally verbalize well-wishing, smiling and breathing, connecting with the heart. May I be well. May I be freed from suffering. May I find peace. May I be happy. As we smile and breathe and connect to the tender, sensitive heart, what well-wishing could really resonate and ring in your own being? To enhance the sense of kindness, positivity, joy of heart. Continue to have the smile as the center of the meditation. Continue to have the smile inwardly directed. Smile and breathe and suffuse it with the whole body. well wish from time to time to just ring and resonate in through one's being. And see how much one can fill up in loving kindness and goodwill. And if there's a sense of fullness in this meditation, of this kindness, goodwill, positivity, the sense of fullness arrives. From there, one can just let it spread outwards, let it radiate forth, above, below, front and back, side, left and right. Like a sun radiating forth, like a stove that has a fire inside, it radiates forth in a room. So too, smiling, breathing, filling and suffusing one's being with this positive, kind energy. If it feels right, see if you can just let it shine forth, let it radiate forth. See if one can get into a groove of this meditation. And if the mind drifts, this emphasis and center on the smile, just notice it and return back to caring for, nourishing this subtle, gentle smile. Let it also spread into the mind. Sense of kindness, care, positivity. See if one can feel that goodness inside of one's heart as we gently smile and connect it to the heart. Can you feel and appreciate a goodness at your core? A wholesomeness, because that heartfelt goodness is the beginning of a light starting to shine. So as we smile and breathe and feel into the heart, see if one can touch, find, intimate with that wholesomeness, that goodness at our core, and smile at it, love it, appreciate it. See if one can give it air, see if one can nourish it. Again, recenter on the gentle, kind smile. May I be well. May I be happy. May I find peace. May I be freed from suffering. Reconnect that smile with the heart and let it deepen. Appreciate that goodness, that innocence at our core. As one opens the eyes, see if one can stay connected. Regarding the open eyes, closed eyes question, I feel like open eyes tends to require a bit more discipline for some people. It's a little bit tougher, but I find open eyes to be much more conducive a lot of the time, because it's less entering into that dreamy state. And also, when one can develop an open, wide gaze, it can also help to kind of clear out the mind. Because somehow, like, when you have an open, empty gaze, it can really help with just like draining out mind energy. But I've spent some time on it, but not a lot of time on it. But I would say generally it's quite conducive and a really good training to do a meditation with eyes open. Oh, please.
I started meditating with my eyes open because I tend towards sleepiness. But the other advantage, in addition to what you said, is that it makes practice in everyday life a lot easier. Because someone, it's not like I'm meditating. Now I'm in the world. There's more continuity between them.
So I do. I believe we can have a kind of just sharing circle again, and potluck.
I am going to have to remember the eyes open thing because this was even harder for me to not fall asleep. I don't know if that's a beginner thing or if it's just a me thing. I suppose it doesn't matter, but yeah, it's just so relaxing.
Well, the first thing I would emphasize if like sleepiness is a problem is, which I didn't do this meditation today, but like breath meditation can be like literally the act of generating interest. So like getting into a flow. Like, have you ever had a book where you just got like totally sucked into it? Like you're just reading every word, and like you even need to urinate. You're like uncomfortable, but like you just keep reading because you're just so interested, so absorbed into it. And essentially, that's like a flow state that one gets with a book. Or if one's ever like with piano or like an instrument or a sport, getting into that flow state where one really connects with it. So ultimately, with meditation, we're looking to develop a flow state with the breath. And that tangible awareness with the breath, if one can start to get into like a row, like a rowing machine, where one's like connected with the breath, it starts to be almost like a generator. So those like emergency flashlights, where you start rotating, it starts getting brighter and brighter. So too, when one can get into a continuous, uninterrupted awareness of every in-breath, of every out-breath, just in one area, it can kind of start to like generate a kind of brightness and energy within one. But then the training in breath meditation and meditation in general is how to generate interest with a neutral internal object. And that's what actually creates kind of this inner power. Because like with a book, it's kind of outwardly directed, but when we do it inwardly and generate this flow state, it kind of like increases the energetic power of our being, essentially. And there's many things to say about that, but yeah, eyes open is good. And also with breath meditation, I can also offer this. I tend not to offer it, but because it takes a lot of adjustment to do this. Like I offer it usually on a long-term kind of basis because it's a big project. But you know how we tend to do in-breath, out-breath? Like just as a perception, we start with the in-breath. It's actually much better to start perception-wise with the out-breath. Because the out-breath is more difficult to be with than the in-breath. It's more subtle, it's longer. And the tendency for a momentum of mindfulness to break is with the out-breath. So when one actually starts, and it's just pure perception, that's the kind of crazy part. But it can start to feel really weird when you start with the out-breath in your perception. And with the out-breath, it's almost like a slow slide. And also, the second benefit of starting with the out-breath is our breaths tend to be very weak in our modern day. Like it's kind of shallow, weak. And when we emphasize the out-breath, one can have like a slight intention for it to be full, like a full out exhale. Not really controlling, but like, almost like pushing a rock down a cliff. And with this full exhale, that's actually naturally tranquilizing or relaxing. And then the in-breath is so easy. It's kind of like you go down this long slide and then there's like a trampoline at the bottom that like bounces one up. So the in-breath is super easy to be with and kind of energizing to its nature. And when it's a full exhale, also that strengthens the in-breath. Just like the nature, no controlling. And if one does out-breath, in-breath, you can actually get into that row, get into that momentum. And if you can do that for 1 to 5 minutes, you're going to be in a different state of consciousness. Like 5 minutes, if one can get into a continuous, uninterrupted momentum, of breath awareness like that, there will be a shift of consciousness, usually. Like kind of like, whoa. And so those are just some advices. No.
This sit was interesting. I was really wanting to like feel my heart space more, and was like, this smile is not doing enough. And was getting kind of frustrated, and was sort of losing track of the sit. But then I noticed one of the songs outside, and my first impulse was like, ignore it. And then I was like, wait, no, this is a really beautiful song. So I like used that as my object instead, and that really opened up something. What's this?
Yeah, I observe that with the like, behavioral element of the actual smile itself, and then the sort of like internal compass of the kindness. It gave some like pretty clear, in a way more clear to me than the breath, indicators of like when I'm actually with my object versus when I'm not. And I think in a way that made it more clear to see like what the hindrance was, as I noticed moments where I wasn't with the loving kindness or with the smile itself. And just like the contrast between something like aversion or resentment and loving kindness was more pronounced. So it kind of became like a mix of like the loving kindness and the smile also took on the qualities of humility and humbleness, or remorse and repentance, or just like, and just empathy, like, oh God. Like resentment is such a suffering, to have any sense of like, I deserve for things to be better, or I deserve for them to be different than they are, or I deserve to already be better at this. Like all of those things where there's a quality of deserving, where it's easy in a way, for me at least, to be like, oh yeah, now I'm up on my high horse again. Like, yeah, I do deserve. Like, yeah. But in this case with the smile, it's like, oh fuck. Like, there's so much poverty in that misguided interpretation of reality as it is not being enough.
Sadhu.
I was definitely more awake for that one and aware, and less of the dreaminess sort of came in, though I still had a little bit of it. And yeah, I really connected with the smiling, and kind of like I could connect with the two different smiles in a way. And as I would remind myself to smile, I could feel it sort of like run through my face and down and into my heart. And that felt really good to connect with. I also noticed when I started to drift at points, I ended up coming back to that sorriness. And something that stood out to me in your talk was the sorriness sort of being the language of the heart, whereas guilt is not, something along those lines, or that's what I picked up on. And I found myself playing with that, and yeah, just feeling into that sorriness. And it helped me ignite my heart again and come back when it would start to drift. Yeah, what a beautiful way to spend a Sunday. Yeah.
Well, thank you. It's two things. The idea of the eyes open. In my practice, the eyes are open, and it was nice to have them closed. But I saw how I recognized how easy it was to go over here and go over there and go over. But again, coming back to the breath and the smile. I love Thich Nhat Hanh's quote. You breathe. What is meditation? You breathe in, and you say in, and you breathe out, and you say out, and you smile. I was so glad to have learned that long time ago. That connection of the breath and the smile, and I appreciated that. And as the bubbles go by, the thought bubbles go by. I was watching them; they were lovely, some lovely memories, some loveliness of, and it came. Two things that came up for me is the idea that the wonderful sutra, the 49 verses of the Buddha, from the Chinese. And the question was asked, the Buddha asked the question to one of his followers, Bhikkhu, what is a lifespan? And I was so glad I learned this. It was just like, wow. And the Bhikkhu thought, the follower thought, he says, oh, well, lifespan is a single day. And the Buddha responded, no, you don't understand the way. Because it's Chinese, they had to bring the way in there, so it's lovely. And then he went to another bhikkhu, and he said, Bhikkhu, what is a lifespan? And I guess they heard the other guy, and he said, well, it's a single meal, participating in a meal. And the Buddha responded, you don't understand. And he went to the youngest, newest bhikkhu and asked her, Bhikkhu, what is a lifespan? And without hesitation, she said, a lifespan is but a single breath. I get tingles thinking about that. My lover died in my arms, and it was an exhale. This is life, a single breath. So when I sit in meditation, the breath is an entire lifetime. It doesn't end. I have no control over this. I have no control over my breath. So learning that, and today learning and being reminded of metta, of friendliness. I appreciate it so much. Thank you.
That was great. What makes sense to share? There was this moment towards the end when I'd been noticing how when I moved away from focus on my heart and smiling and warmth, that I was moved into this whole selfing thought constriction. I noticed that it created constriction in my heart, and that it was really almost that whole identity was generated by the constriction too. And when I reset, I did that by just putting my awareness on anywhere in my body that was warm and finding loving kindness and smiling again. And then making sure that I was rooted in that place as a place of identity, but I never forgot that other place that was generating all of the constriction and the mind and the selfing that was harming me. And I feel like I left the meditation and I'm still attempting to stay in this orientation where I'm rooted in this place that is warm and loving and kind. But it's reflecting, there's plenty of places in my body that are not warm or loving or kind. They're angry, they're hurt, they're confused. And I just want to just make it my intention to continue to root in that warm place and the kind place and reflect that into those spaces, because I feel like that's what's going to bring me home. And I'm so grateful to you and for this day to help reorient me in that place. Thank you.
Santi. So yeah, again with the Buddha meditation, it's kind of like art. It's like you're looking to find a rhythm, a tempo, a cadence that can generate that interest and connectedness with this object of meditation. I also do feel in like Thailand where this originated, like Buddha is kind of almost like God, or they're kind of like the object of worship, like since like a little baby. So I also do feel when they would be doing Buddha, there would be a kind of sense of like reverence towards that, which can be a bit lacking in our upbringing and culture. But so also, if one does implement the Buddha practice as a regular practice, I would also find what like can resonate in one's being with it eventually. Like Buddha has the quality of like awakening, or just what does like Buddha mean to one? Like what's the quality of Buddha that like just has that kind of sense of like your heart connecting with it? And so that can also add a bit more like flavor to the Buddha meditation. But then just Buddha as like just a plain mantra essentially as well. Just like to kind of get the mind energies to gather into one thing, to make that verbalizing quality of the mind just kind of come together into one thing. And yeah, I used to be really kind of like tricky with trying to find good mantras and eventually I just kind of like, okay, there's a deep tradition in this Buddha and the Thai forest tradition, and it kind of doesn't fully matter just to develop like skill and what's that do? Just to develop skill with one thing and just to kind of have that as just an easy place to connect with. So yeah, we'll do a Wu Chi posture, and so this was holding the ball. This is Wu Chi. Wu Chi, I think, is like the great emptiness. So in the inner alchemy Qigong Chinese tradition, this posture is like the posture to connect with the great emptiness. It's similar to the other posture, kind of like you're sitting on a big ball, so soften the knees, relax them. The hands, you can kind of like, it's almost like if you have a ball in them, and it's just like have them be relaxed. Also, like if there's water underneath your armpit and there's a ball also underneath there, there's kind of a space and openness. And yeah, just like feel, get some spaciousness, openness. Don't have to be too tense in this posture. We're doing it a bit more relaxed now. Eyes open, eyes closed. And yeah, let's just take 10 minutes together to get into this momentum of a Buddha. And let's emphasize grounding. So again, feeling the feet connected to the earth. Just how much can we just ground into the earth? And if you like, one can introduce the opening of the hands and feet with the in-breath, the closing of the hands and feet with the out-breath. This opening and closing can bring forth a bit more aliveness, bright vibrancy in the standing meditation. Again, re-emphasize that sense of grounding, solidity, that earth connection. And relax, loosen. Standing meditation is just an excellent means for grounding, for gathering. Not so easy to be dreamy in standing meditation. And usually 10 to 20 minutes of it can really have a significant shift of the state of one's being. And slowing down a bit after standing meditation can keep that kind of groundedness developed in it going. So I'm just sincerely grateful for everyone today. A day long like this, a retreat, is kind of like we all bring our little generators together of our sincerity, spiritual aspiration, hook them up. There's a mutual spiritual empowerment, enlivening in the practice. So grateful for that from all of you. And yeah, everyone's welcome at La Gracia. I have a retreat center down in Mexico. I'll be there from June 25th to November 19th. And that's a donation-based retreat center. A 6-minute walk from the beach, Pacific Ocean, Oaxaca region. Really gorgeous center. So gracia.la, La Gracia, that's the website, gracia.la. It's also on my website, heart-path.org. And yeah, just warm welcome to you all.